guys, welcome back to another Patreon tutorial, and this one I'm going to show you how I drew this duckling using coloured pencil. So I'm using a few different brands today. You can actually just do this all with one brand if you want to. The polychromos are a really good, the Faber-Castell polychromos are a really good all-round sort of brand. They have pretty much all of the different colours that I've used from the other brands, but I've just found that some other brands like the Caran d'Ache Luminance or the Derwent Drawing are a little bit more waxy, so they're a little bit more opaque than the polychromos, but when you're working on this surface, it doesn't matter too much which pencil you use because the polychromos are actually quite opaque on here in comparison to watercolour papers and that kind of thing. So I am using a few different brands, but you really don't have to. If you've only got one brand and then just use that, that's totally fine. So I've got a few different Faber-Castell polychromos, I've got some of the Derwent Drawing, and then I've also got some of the Caran d'Ache Luminance. And the paper that I'm working on is the Clairefontaine Pastel Mat, and I'm using the white today. So if you don't have pastel mat or you don't like using it, you can use other papers. It just may need a few more layers, and you also may not be able to get the lighter colours on top of dark colours as well as the pastel mat does. So I would recommend using pastel mat for this, even if it is a little bit more expensive to buy. It's definitely worth it. So I've got to the side here a pencil extender. So the way that works is when your pencils get a bit too small, you pretty much unscrew the top and then just screw it in, and it has a longer handle. So this one's by Derwent, but you can get a bunch of different brands that all look slightly different. And I'm blending throughout the process with some solvent. So I keep some in a little jar like this so that you can unscrew the lid really easily and put it back on when you're not using it. Also, when you have it in a small jar like that, it means that if you do contaminate your solvent with some pigment, it's only in a little bit of the solvent. And if you just let that pigment settle overnight, you can actually tip that solvent into another jar and use that. But I like to keep a little bit in a jar like that so I don't contaminate my entire bottle of solvent. So the solvent that I'm using is a Australian brand. It's Art Spectrum Odorless Solvent, but you can actually use pretty much any type of solvent that oil painters use. So whether that's Gamsol, odorless mineral spirits, odorless solvent, Mona Lisa paint thinner is a popular one, or you can use natural brands like Zest It. They all work perfectly well on the pastel mat. I'm also using two different size brushes, and these are really cheap like acrylic or oil brushes, so I don't recommend using one that's too soft, like not a watercolor brush or anything like that. And also those really hard bristle brushes probably aren't the best option either, so I like to use these. They're just generic oil or acrylic brushes, like they don't even have a brand on it, so I couldn't tell you where I got it from. But yeah, I've got a size 2 and a size 8, and they're both filbert brushes, but you can use a round brush or flat brush or whatever you have. The two different sizes are just so if you want to get into smaller areas with the brush, you can. The sharpener that I use for coloured pencil is actually this Derwent Superpoint manual crank handle sharpener. So you can use whatever sharpener you prefer, but I really like this one for coloured pencil because it gets a really nice long point like the luminance on the right hand side here. And I'm just taping my work down with some Scotch tape. You can use masking tape if you prefer. And while I'm working, I've just got a piece of glassine or tracing paper just to rest my hand on so I don't smudge the work or get coloured pencil on my hand or that kind of thing. But you can use whatever paper you have. It doesn't have to be the glassine or tracing paper, but I just like this one because it's slightly see-through so you can kind of see the artwork underneath still. And those are the sheets that actually come in between the pastel mat pads as well. So if you have a pad of pastel mat, that's what you can use those sheets for if you want to. I've also attached a few different versions of the reference photos. So I've got the original reference photo, and then I've got a cropped and edited version, which is the main reference that I'm using. I've also got a high saturation version. So that one sort of brings out a lot of those hidden colours in there to help you see those a little bit better. And as usual, I've got a colour swatch sample, so I've gone and swatched a lot of the colours on the duckling in the water so that you can get a general idea of what colours are actually in that area. And I've also attached a traceable outline, so you can use that to transfer your drawing if you like. So that's everything, guys. Let's get into it. Okay, so I have my outline down. I actually did that using the transfer method, and I'm actually going to upload a tutorial on how to do that hopefully this month or next month. So if you're watching this in the future, I should already have that available for you to watch so you can see how you can do an outline like this quite easily. Okay, so when I work on the pastel mat, I like to start out with the wax-based pencils. You can just start out with oil-based pencils if you want to. I just find that the wax-based ones tend to blend out really creamy and really vibrant, especially the Derwent drawing pencils. So the Derwent drawing only come in a set of 24, I believe. So they're really quite earthy colours, but they're all light fast and they're really nice colours. They're just rich and creamy and I just really like using them, especially the black and the white because they're just so opaque. But because there's only 24 colours, you're very limited with how many colours you actually have, but this piece is actually quite a good one to use for those pencils to start with because they have quite a lot of these sort of greeny brown, yellowy orange kind of colours in here. And they don't have a lot of blues though, so I'm actually going to mix a few colours. So I'm going to use the Derwent Drawing Smoke Blue, and this is sort of like a grey, almost greeny kind of blue. I'm going to use this in the background first. I'm also going to go over the top with a luminance, what is this? Light Cobalt Blue, number 661. But just to give it a little bit more of a blue tinge to it. So I'm going to go through and go into the background first and just fill in all of the blue areas, and there is some variation throughout the blue areas in the background. Some of them have a little bit of sort of browny grey throughout them, but I'm just going to get a base layer down first and then go from there. So I'm going to start out with the Derwent Drawing Smoke Blue, and this is going to take a little bit of time. You don't have to be super neat with when you're working on pastel mat. You can be quite messy because the pencil strokes do blend out quite well, so don't worry too much if you can see your pencil strokes in this layer. Just make sure that you're still working in very light layers though, because if you do press hard, sometimes that doesn't blend out very well. But if you make sure that you work in light layers, when you use the solvent or the mineral spirits, it will blend out nice and smoothly. And I usually don't do this much detail in my outline, but I don't actually know why I did that, but I guess it's going to help me with the background here. You don't have to do all of these ripples exactly the same as the reference photo, so if you miss one here and there, or it's like slightly bigger or slightly smaller, it won't really matter too much. But you do want to try and get the general gist of the direction of them, because especially because the duck is actually moving in the water, the ripples that are around here need to be relatively accurate, because if they're not, and then the water won't look like it's moving like it does in the reference photo. So I'm just coming through with light circular motions. So with the transfer method that I used to get my outline down, I actually used pan pastel on the back of this to so I rubbed pan pastel on the back and then turned it over and then traced over it. So all of these like blotchy bits are just because the pastel was touching the paper, but when you use pastel underneath coloured pencil, it does blend out quite well within the following layers, so I'm not too fussed that it's like that. It's better than using graphite, so I don't recommend drawing your outline straight onto the pastel mat, because if you're using graphite, sometimes the graphite shine is hard to work over the top of, and especially if you're using mineral spirits to blend and things like that, that grey from the graphite tends to blend into your colours and make them look muddy. And Also, erasing on pastel mat is not very easy, and there's a potential to damage some of the tooth of the paper as well if you continuously erase. So depending on what you want to do, like if you want to trace your reference photo to make it quicker, or you just don't feel like drawing it, printing the reference photo or the traceable outline, you can use that method where you put the pan pastel on the back and trace over it. Or if you want to freehand or use the grid method, I still recommend doing that on a separate piece of paper and then using the pan pastel method to get that onto your drawing surface. And the amount that you include in your initial outline, it just depends on you as an individual, because if you're getting lost with where you are on the reference photo, like if you have done as much outline as what I've got here and you're losing which ones are the dark ones and which ones are light ones, something that some people do is print your reference photo and then just put your finger on that area of the reference photo that you're looking at, that you're currently copying, and then you can just, when you look back and forth, it's automatically going to the right spot where your finger is. But yeah, it's totally up to you how much you want to put in your initial outline. Usually when I'm doing animals and things, I don't put as much into my outline. Like I might just do the general shape of the animal and where the eyes and the nose and that kind of thing are. Whereas if I'm doing something like portraits, where I'm not as confident at portraits as I am with animals, I would probably do more of an outline. So I might include things like the shadows and where the colours shift and that kind of thing. So yeah, it's totally up to you how much you want to include in your outline. I think I just got a bit carried away with this one. I've got quite a lot of detail in there, but for some people having this much detail is overwhelming and it's hard to work with because you sort of get lost amongst all the details. But for other people, having this much detail is very helpful, so it's totally up to you. And that's why I like to include that digital version of the outline rather than drawing my own and attaching it for you, so that way you can decide how little or how much you want to add. So I'm going to keep going and fill in all of the blue bits in the background with this, and then we'll come back and use a different colour over the top of it. If you don't have this specific colour, you can just use a blue that matches the blue in the reference photo from any other set. So if you've only got the Faber-Castell Polychromos, for example, you can still use any blue from there, or any luminance if you've got those. It doesn't really matter, it just tends to be a little bit more vibrant if you use these, but all these techniques work exactly the same with any brand of coloured pencil that you have. Prismacolor works quite well if you want to deal with how much they break. And the good thing about working on the pastel map is that, especially if you're blending with solvent, is that you don't really need to have a super fine point on your pencil. You can pretty much use it almost blunt, and because when you blend with solvent it blends out so smoothly, it will still come into the little gaps of the white of the paper. Whereas if you're working on watercolor paper or something smoother, you'll definitely want to keep a sharp point on your pencil and work in small circular motions throughout the entire process, because even when you're blending it out with the solvent, it still doesn't blend out all the way. And if you've got little white gaps, that will probably show through. So you do, if you're working on a smoother paper, you'll definitely need to have a sharper point. So with something like water, it can be very hard to get that to look realistic, and I think because a lot of people tend to sort of draw what they think it should look like without actually looking at the reference photo closely, because if you just try and think about it as shapes and colours and values rather than actually water, and just draw exactly what you see, so just draw these exact shapes without thinking about it as water, and then that can help make it look more realistic, because it's going to look funny for a lot of the process if you work this way, but in the end, if you're actually copying exactly what you see, it will look like water. Okay, and I'm taking that luminance 661 and literally going over the top of all of the areas that we just did. So you want to make sure that you're still working in light layers. And the reason why I'm using another colour over the top of this without blending first is because if you don't have enough pigment down when you go in with your solvent, it won't, like there's nothing for it to blend, so it just doesn't blend smoothly at all. You have to make sure that you've got enough pigment down on your paper for it to blend. When you're working with the Derwent drawing though, I found that you don't need as much pigment down as if you're working with an oil-based pencil. You may need a few more layers with an oil-based pencil before you go into blend. So I think the Derwent drawing that just tends to lay down more pencil quicker, but because of how sort of waxy it is, it catches on the paper a bit better, but you can still do the same thing with any other brand that you have. And again, if you're working on a smoother paper, you'll need even more layers before you add the solvent. And we will probably come back through and add another layer after we've added the solvent as well. It is a bit of a time-consuming process, but working on pastel matte with the solvent is still quicker than working on watercolor paper or smoother papers without solvent. This would take a really, really long time if you're working on a watercolor paper or like Strathmore Bristol or something like that. And the reason that I'm holding the pencil like this rather than like this is because when you hold the pencil like this, you tend to press a little bit harder than what you should for this layer. So I found that if you hold your pencil a bit further back and sort of on its side a little bit, you're sort of forced to only do light pressure because it's very hard to, well, it's harder to press heavy when you're holding it like this. It's much easier to make sure that you're pressing lightly. Okay, I'm also going to use a Derwent Drawing Chinese White. Now these pencil extenders are really great if you have pencils like this where they're really, really small, because you don't waste the pencil obviously. So I'm just going to come over the top of those areas as well with this, and this will just help sort of, it kind of makes it look a little creamy when you blend it out, so like a little bit hazy. So whatever colours you have here, it will lighten it, but it will sort of give it this like milky kind of look as well. So just adding a layer of this. This will just also help add that extra layer of pencil, so when you go to blend it out, it'll be nice and smooth. I just realised I didn't colour in that bit. So I'm just going to keep going with the white until I've gone over all of the areas that we've done, and then I'm going to come back and do the little sort of greeny brown bits in between as well. And I might even do the base layer on the duck itself before we blend it out. Okay, and then I'm going to come into the darker areas. I'm going to start with warm earth in the Derwent drawing. This is going to be the same process. It's just going to take a couple of layers, and I'm just going to use a couple of different colours. So like I was saying earlier, there are quite a few different colours throughout the water, so I'm just getting that base layer down, and then because we're working on the pastel mat, we have the ability to come over the top with both lighter colours and darker colours, so I'm just trying to get a mid-tone colour down that we can work with, just to have something to start with. So when you're doing base layers, you want to make sure that you're sort of choosing a mid-tone colour to start with. I usually go on the slightly darker side, like a darker mid-tone colour, but definitely not the darkest value and not the lightest value, because you want to save those for your following layers. And I'm just rotating my pencil occasionally in my hand. That's why you can see me continuously adjusting, because that way the pencil sort of wears away evenly and you end up with a little bit of a sharper point on your pencil, so when you do need to get a finer detail, you've got a little bit of a point there without having to sharpen the pencil. So obviously the more that you sharpen your pencil, the more that you waste the pencil. Sometimes when I'm working on pastel mat, I actually just shave away the wooden casing of these pencils, just like if I was using pastel pencils, because you don't have to have a really sharp tip. But I don't mind sharpening coloured pencils, because like I'm against sharpening pastel pencils in a normal sharpener, because they tend to crumble really easily and it makes the blades of the sharpener really blunt. So there's that on top of wasting the pastel. But when I'm talking about coloured pencil, they don't break as easily, so like I use the manual crank handle sharpener quite a lot for coloured pencils just because it's easier, quicker. This area through here is actually a little bit of different colours because of the reflection of the duck, so I'm just picking out the darkest colours with this, like the same greeny brown colour that's in the background, and then I'll just come back and add in a few of those yellowy kind of colours in there as well. And the colours don't have to be perfect, like I was saying earlier. We can go over the top of these with other colours anyway, so even if you don't get the right colours in the first layer, it's not that big a deal, because these are all sort of around the same kind of colour. Some are a bit more yellow toned and some are a bit more brown or green or orange toned, but overall they're very similar colours, so it doesn't matter too much if you've got brown in an area that supposed to be yellow, because the yellow that's in there is a yellowy brown anyway. And then behind the duck here, there's quite a lot of like greyed out purpley kind of colours as well. So again, we can add those colours as we go in the future layers. We can also add a little bit in now, so I might just leave some of this that looks a little bit more on the grey purpley side and add that there. So I'm going to take Mars Violet from the Derwent drawing, just add a little bit of this throughout some of this side where it's a little bit more of that colour. And then there's some of it over this side as well. Alright, I'm also going to use the Caran d'Ache green, I think it says green ochre. 025 is the number. I'm going to come over the top of the darker areas with this. I'm also overlapping this colour slightly on the blue part. So slightly over the edges of the darker area, because if you look at the reference photo, it kind of blurs from the darker brown in the middle to a greeny sort of colour before it fades into the blue. So just overlapping this a little bit over the edge of where the brown meets the blue. When you're working with, well, any medium really, you'll never have the perfect colour for any sort of area or any subject matter or anything like that. You'll end up having to overlap colours to create the colour that you see on the reference photo. And by doing that, it also makes it look more realistic and more varied, so it's not all the exact same colour all the way over, because some areas I might even forget to put this colour down or put more of it in certain areas by accident or on purpose or whatever. Like, it doesn't look even all over, and that's good, that's what you want, because it makes it look a little more naturally varied. So I'm actually going to come over the top of all of the areas inside this reflection of the duck here, because it's all got kind of like an underlying greeny yellow colour to it, even in the orangey yellow sections as well. So I'm just going to come over the top of that whole area with this. So I'm just going to take chocolate in the Derwent drawing, and I'm just coming into some of the areas that are a little bit darker than others. So a lot of the bigger areas have a bit more of a shadow sort of colour in the middle of it, whereas a lot of the smaller lines don't have, they're just a lighter sort of version. So I'm just looking for the areas that have a bit of a darker sort of brown and just adding a little bit of this in there. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, I think I'm also going to add this Luminance Moss Green 225 just to give it a little bit more of a greeny tinge because I think it's a little bit too ochre brown at the moment. So just very lightly going over. And again, I'm overlapping some areas into the blue. I'm taking yellow ochre just to come into some of this area where the duck is. So there's a bit of a reflection that comes down some areas here. It's a bit more yellow. This area is actually blue. And I'm just taking a touch of Mars orange. Okay, I'm actually going to come into the duck itself as well now. So while I've got this colour, I might actually just use that in the areas that I can see a bit of this. So where the yellow meets the darker area, I can see a little bit more of an orange tinge, so I'm going to add that there. And just anywhere else that I see a little bit more of an orange kind of colour. See a little bit throughout the dark part of the duck as well. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect at the moment, but I'm making sure that I am following the direction of the feathers, because if any of these strokes do show through, and then you want them to be going in the right direction, and also it adds to that depth and texture of the layers. So making sure that every layer is going in the right direction will help towards the end as well, because it just adds to that depth of the feathers. Okay, I'm gonna take bismuth yellow 810 in the luminance. I'm gonna fill in the yellow sections here first. This is why I recommend taping your work to a board rather than your desk, because you can get into the certain angles better. You don't have to sort of put your hand on a weird position, you can just rotate the board instead. I'm going to take orange because there are some quite bright areas here. So I'm just looking at my reference photo and just seeing if there's any areas that look like they have a bit more orange in them than and then I'm just applying that pencil in that area, and like I was saying earlier, you can overlap colours on top of each other, so if the area is not completely orange, it doesn't matter, if you can see a slight touch of orange in that area, then add it there, and then you can add other colours over the top to tint it to the colour that it's supposed to be. Just coming back to that yellow on the side here. And I'm taking Burnt Sienna 069. And I'm actually going to come into the darkest areas with this, and then I'll come over the top of that with some black as well. Because there's quite a lot of like a browny purple kind of colour underneath the black, so I'm just going to use this very lightly over any of the dark areas, and I might also add in some of that purple kind of colour that I can see in there as well. Again, I'm just loosely going in the same direction as the feather detail. I'm going to take this light aubergine 095 in the luminance. Just add this towards some of the areas that look a little more purple. Okay, and I'm going to take the Derwent drawing black, and I'm not going to use this over the entire duck, just in the really dark areas, so on the top of his head here. A little bit on his beak, bill, or whatever. The stripe that goes down his face. His actual eye itself. Okay, and then underneath his neck here is quite dark. So I'll come through with chocolate, which is that sort of darker brown colour as well. So I'm just picking out the darkest colours that I can see. Okay, and I'm taking chocolate. And again, I'm not applying this everywhere still, I'm just still looking for the darker areas. And coming over the top of some of those blacks as well. I'm going to take Sanguine, because I can see a little bit of a red tone throughout some of this. That's a little bit more red than what I've got there, so I'm just adding some of that. Going over the top of some of the black to make it look a little less flat. So I always talk about this, but if you are using black in your artwork, that's totally fine as long as you mix it in with other colors as well. You don't want to just leave black by itself because it can look really quite, it just looks flat when you use it by itself. It can actually look richer and darker if you add in other colors with it, so like reds and browns and blues and that kind of thing. A lot of people don't like using black at all in their artwork, and that's pretty much the reason why. It can look it doesn't look very good if you leave it by itself, but if you mix in other colors, I quite like using it. I just find, especially if you're working in colored pencils and pastels and that kind of thing, it's very hard to get a color that's as dark as what you need it to be, so sometimes mixing in the black is kind of essential to get those darks. I'm taking ink blue and I'm mixing that in with the black that's on his eye so that it's not as dull, and also there's a little bit of this kind of blue colour on the beak. Towards the bottom. Then I'm taking light sienna, so I'm just adding this to the beak in general. And also some of these yellow areas that aren't quite as bright yellow, there's a little bit of more dull sort of colour throughout there, so I'm just adding a little bit of this throughout those. Then I come through with yellow ochre in some of the yellow area. Starting to add a bit more colour pencil to this before we blend it out. There's a bit more yellow in the beak. And I'm going to grab that Mars orange and just add a little bit of that in the shadow areas again. And I'm going to add a touch of white to the big area, the Chinese white. And also some of the yellow parts here. Okay, so I'm going to start blending this out with solvent, and I've got two different size brushes here. I've got a number 8 filbert and a number 2 filbert, just in case I want to get into some smaller areas with the number 2, but you can use pretty much any brush that's for oil or acrylic. I wouldn't use those really hard sort of bristle brushes because I find that it just doesn't blend out very well, and also if you use a really smooth watercolor brush, I find that doesn't work as well either. So just an in-between kind of like oil or acrylic brush. I like the filbert just because of the shape of it, but you can use a round brush or like a flat brush or whatever. So I keep my solvent in a little jar like this, and I just dip my brush in, dab it off, and then I'm going to come into the blue areas first. Just do some circular motions there. So I'm not going to do the brown just yet. Just going to stick to the lighter colours first, and then we'll come back and come into that brown as well. So you can use any kind of solvent or most kinds of solvents that oil painters use to do this. So Gamsol or odorless mineral spirits, odorless solvent, that kind of thing. There's also natural alternatives like Zest It, which is quite popular for coloured pencil if you don't want to use an actual solvent. But they all do pretty much the same thing. The pigment also looks a lot more like it looks darker when it's wet, so when it dries it will be quite a lot lighter, and it also actually looks smoother when it's wet, so don't be surprised that when you come back after it's dry it looks a little lighter and a little more grainy. That's totally fine because we'll add another layer on top of this anyway. We just want to do circular motions and just push that pigment around and blend it into the white grain of the paper. And this will take a little bit of time obviously because there's a lot of small gaps as well. A good tip when you're using solvents, a lot of people say that their little jar of solvent gets dirty quite quickly, and I found that if I swirl off my solvent in my brush in my jar to clean off the pigment that's on there, and then all of that pigment from the brush will end up in the jar, whereas if you just sort of dip it in like this and then wipe off the excess pigment on a paper towel rather than swirling around in your jar, and then that way the jar stays a bit cleaner for longer, so just keep that in mind. And you don't need to have a lot of solvent on your brush to blend. Yeah, and I also keep my solvent in a little jar like this because it makes it easier, because the container that the solvent comes in has one of those child-safe lids, which I struggle to open. And yeah, and then also you don't contaminate your entire jar of solvent with the pigment if it gets dirty. You can actually just, in these little jars, you can let the pigment settle to the bottom overnight and then just tip out that clean solvent to use again. So I just find that it's a good way of working. And if you find that at this point when you're going in to blend, it's not blending smoothly, or like it's not dissolving very well, it still looks quite grainy, and then it may be because you haven't got enough pigment down on your paper. So if you've done a few strokes and it's not really blending very well, and then you may want to just let it dry and then add a few more layers of pencil and then come back and try it again. So there's a few reasons that I like to blend with solvent when using coloured pencil, and one of them is obviously because it makes it smoother and fills in the little white grain of the paper a little bit better, but the second is that there are a few different ways of using coloured pencils, and for instance one of them is by burnishing. So you just add a few layers of coloured pencil, and then to smooth out the graininess you press harder with the last layer. And I just don't like that way of working. It makes it look quite shiny, and you end up having to push hard with your hand as well, so you can get sore wrists that way, and it can damage the tooth of the paper. So if you do want to come in and change anything, it's very hard to do that. So I'm just going to come back and actually might just switch to the smaller brush and then do the darker lines. So by doing it this way, where you use the solvent to blend rather than pushing really hard on your paper, and then it allows you to add numerous layers because you're not damaging the tooth of the paper, you're dissolving the pigment into the tooth of the paper rather than flattening the tooth of the paper. So hopefully that makes sense. And what I mean by the tooth is that I'm actually going to swap to the other brush. This is taking too long. So yeah, what I mean by the tooth of the paper is that pretty much every paper that you use, or every paper that you use, has a certain limit to the paper. So it just has what we call tooth, where there's hills and valleys and the little grain of the paper. And when you fill up those valleys with your pigment, it becomes level with the hills, and then you get this flat, sleek surface that you can't add any more layers on top of. So when you burnish, you're flattening those hills and they become level with the valleys, and it's the same effect where you've just flattened your paper and you can't add any more layers to it. So doing this, where you're blending with solvent, you're just dissolving it into those valleys, which will have all of the hills available for your pencil to catch onto and still add more layers that way. So you can see how much more vibrant especially these darker colours are when you blend with solvent. And how much more opaque they look. It's a very hard thing to do if you're not using solvent, and even when you're using solvent on watercolour paper, it doesn't have this same effect. The pastel mat, you can just do a lot less layers on this paper, and it creates that same level of vibrancy. I'm just softening out the edges a little bit as I go along as well. So you'll notice that when you come into blend, you'll pick up some of that pigment on your brush. So if you just dab and then wipe off the excess, and then you can come around the edges of what you just did and soften out those edges so they sort of fade into the blue area a little bit. And it does look quite messy in the first layer or two, but because it's just the base layer, it doesn't matter too much because we'll be adding other colours over the top. Okay, and then coming into the duck. I'm just going to come into the yellow areas first. And then I'm going to come back through to the darker areas. I'm just going to leave the beak and the eye for a minute, and I'll come back and use that slightly smaller brush for that. But yeah, to get this level of colour down with a watercolour paper or a smoother paper, it would take a few more layers than this. Just taking that smaller brush and just coming into the beak. And the eye. So I'm just going to let that dry, probably about half an hour or so, maybe a bit longer. I just like to leave it to make sure that it's completely dry, because if you come in with your pencils on a paper that's wet, you can really easily damage that paper. So come back once it's dry and add another layer. Okay, so for the next layer, I'm going to try and get a little more accurate with the colors. So I'm going to start out with a Polychromos Sky Blue number 146, and I'm going to use this over the top of the blue areas. So again, this is just going to be a little bit of a longer process. So just take your time and fill in all of those blue areas. So usually I would still try and use a wax paste pencil in the first few layers, but I looked in the Luminance set and there wasn't a blue that I really liked for this, so just coming in with the polychromos instead, because it doesn't matter too much about which brand, it'll still blend quite nicely and still add that layer of colour there. So again, we can still come over this once because I'm planning on doing like a couple of layers with colours that are a little more accurate and still blend those out with the Redless Mineral Spirits, and then we can come back and add in a few of the details and the subtle colour variations and that kind of thing. So at the moment I'm just coming through with this blue into all of the areas that are mainly blue, and we can come through with other colours once we've blended this layer out as well. So because on this side here there's a few purpley brown bits in there as well, but I'll add that in once we've blended all this out again. Just want to get that colour saturation there first. And there are some thinner sort of ripples throughout some of this as well, which we can add in as the layers go on as well. And these are just the main shapes and the main colours, just to have a base to work from. So I'm actually going to come over the top of that with the Luminance Light Cobalt Blue 661. So again, this is a very similar colour to the one that I just used, but it's slightly different. It's a little bit lighter, and because it's a wax-based pencil as well, it just helps make it look a little bit more opaque when you blend it out with the solvent. So just starting out with these two colours. Making sure that there's enough pigment down so that when we blend it, it will blend out nice and smoothly. Okay, I'm going to use olive green yellowish number 173 from the Faber-Castell, and I'm just going to come over the top of the stripes, like the ripples, the darker areas. And just make sure that you're not pressing too hard. We're still pressing light at this point. And there's a lot of detail throughout this area that sort of gets a little lost in the first few layers, but we can add that detail in once we've got this space down. And I'm taking Burnt Umber 280 in the Polychromos. Again, I'm not putting this over all of these ripples. I'm just going to add it into the darkest ones. Because some of the smaller ripples don't have as much of the darker colour in there. Just give it a bit of variation that way. gonna take green ochre 025. And just come into some of this area where that yellowy orange kind of colour is on the shadow or reflection. Just add a bit of yellow in there. So this is bismuth yellow 810. And a touch of orange. This is just orange 030, 030. Alright, and then I'm going to add another layer to the duck itself. So I'm starting with Caput Mortem 169. This is kind of like it's just a really nice brown colour. It's kind of almost purpley red. And I'm just going to come over the top of pretty much the entire brown kind of area of the duck. And making sure that I'm going in the same direction as the feathers. You don't need all of the strokes to be exactly the same though, so you don't want to have them all like scribbled in a line like this. See, I'm varying like whereabouts I'm doing the sort of scribbles as I go, so I'm not starting and stopping at the same point every time. I'm varying it up so that it looks a little more natural, so they don't all start and stop at the same point. Just going to use this on the beak a little bit as well. Just on this shadow underneath. Okay, and then coming through to the other darker areas here. And then I'm just going to take the luminance black, which is 009, just because this black is not as intense as the Derwent Drawing black, so just darkening up darkest areas. So that bit of the dark part on this side is not as dark as the darker part on the left-hand side. I'm using Prussian Blue 159. I'm just going to come over some of the darkest areas with this, and this is just going to make it look less flat and actually a little more vibrant. I'm also going to use this on the beak where I see some darker sort of colours. I keep saying beak, I'm pretty sure it's called a bill. And I'm going to add a touch of Russet 065 because there's quite a lot of red throughout the feathers here. And then while I've got it in my hand, I'm just going anywhere else that I see a little bit more of a red kind of colour. So the edges of the orange area, or the yellow area. And I'm taking orange 030. And again, just looking back and forth from my reference photo to my artwork and seeing whereabouts looks less orange on my own artwork than it does on the reference photo, and I'm just adding a touch of this in those areas. Just coming back to that russet colour, just because on the edge of the beak. Okay, I've got Cinnamon 189. I'm just coming over the top of the beak with this. We can add the lighter bits, like the highlights on the beak, once we've blended this out. I'm just using a touch of Pink Madder Lake 129. I see a little bit of this towards the bottom here as well. And I'm grabbing some Violet 138 in the polychromos. Just adding a touch of purple. Grabbing yellow, which is bismuth yellow 810 in the luminance, and just coming into the yellow area of the face. A little bit on the beak. Okay, but actually just add a touch of the Derwent Drawing Chinese White to the lighter areas on the beak. Okay, and then we're just going to do the same thing and start blending that out. So I'm just coming into the blue area first. Just doing small circular motions. I'm using the number 8 as well. This is the bigger brush. If you want to use the smaller brush, that's totally fine, you can do that. So the next layer that we do, we just spend a little bit more time on the ripples and the water and that kind of thing, because there are some, especially like towards this area, there are more white highlights and things like that, and then on this side there are some grey sort of brown colours mixed in, like purpley kind of colour. So now that we have this base established, we can spend a little bit more time just getting those sort of details right. And if your colours are not looking as saturated as you'd want them to be at this point, like if they're not the same sort of saturation level as mine, if you've got a lot of, like if it looks a little bit wishy-washy at this point, and then you may want to finish blending it and then add another layer. So it kind of depends on what pencils you're working with and the paper that you're working on as well. And then I'm just going to come back into the darker areas. Even when you're blending out with the solvent, just pay attention to that area of the reference photo as well, just so that the strokes that you're applying will go in the right direction and that kind of thing. And if you're looking at it and you think it looks a little funny at the moment, it's going to look a little odd, especially if you spend a lot of time working like really close with it. So if you will be quite close to it to actually do the drawing. So if you just take a step back and look at it from a little bit further away, you'll start to see that it does look a little bit like water. All you have to do is follow the shapes and not try and think about it as water. But we will add in a bit more of those details and things in the ripples and get some of that a bit more accurate as well. But it should look like water a little bit if you stand back and look at it from a little bit further away. Okay, and then into the duck itself. Just starting on the lightest area so I don't contaminate the colours too much. And then just continue blending. And when you're using the solvent, you still want to make sure that you're going in the same direction as the feathers. Because some of these strokes may possibly show through in the following layers as well. Okay. Just going to come in with the smaller brush just for the bill. Just going to let that dry again and come back and start doing a little bit more of the details and getting things a little bit more accurate in the next few layers. So just let that dry and give about half an hour or so and then we'll come back. Okay, so I've just zoomed in a little bit closer on my reference photo just so I can look at each section a little bit better. So I'm just going to come through to the background. I'm just going to use a variety of different colours to sort of make this a little bit more crisp and a bit more true to the actual colour. So I'm just going to do some of the, like I'm not going to work with one colour all the way over and then do the other colour all the way over like I did in the first few layers, just because I feel like it would just be easier in this case to sort of work on sections at a time. So I'm going to start with the olive green yellowish in the polychromos, and I just find that the oil-based pencils work really nicely over the top of the wax-based like blended first layer with the solvent. So I'm just going to do a little bit of the smaller circular motions in this layer. I may come through with a little bit of solvent and just blend it very smoothly like just blend it very, very slightly. But I'm definitely not going to add as much as what I added in the first layer if I do decide to do that. So I'm just coming through to the darkest part. I'm also going to do this section along the top here as well. So you don't have to have a super sharp point on your pencil still. But if you work in circular motions, if you work sort of like in scribbles, like you're going like this in zigzags, you'll end up with pencil strokes, like pencil marks, because that start and stop point, it just sort of, it leaves a mark at those start and stop points. So if you do it in little tiny circles like this, and then they overlap each other and there's no point where you're stopping the pencil, so there's no like harsh stop and start point. But like I say with all my pieces, I'm not too fussed about having it super, super smooth and really photorealistic, like hyper realistic, because I just find that if you look at it from a normal viewing distance, if it looks realistic, and then that's all that really matters to me. So I'm just trying to get a nice, more even coverage of the colour at the moment. It's still looking a little bit blotchy from when we blended it in the first couple of layers. If you're working on a watercolour paper or working without solvent, this is kind of the way that you would have to work throughout the entire piece with the small circular motions like this. Whereas if you're working on the pastel mat with solvent, you can get away with being a little bit more messy. Even now you can still be a little bit more messy with your strokes and it will still be fine. I'm going to take some burnt umber, which is 280, and I'm just going to look at my reference photo and just come into some of the darker areas. So I'm just coming over the top of that green yellow colour that we had there, and I'm not applying this everywhere. It's kind of more towards the centre of the darker parts that I can see a bit more of a darker colour, and it's only just subtly darker, but having those colour shifts like that would just really help make it look a little more realistic. And you still want to make sure that you're pressing lightly. If you press too hard right now, you'll end up, it will look grainy if you press hard straight away. You want to still build up a couple of layers of the pencil even at this point, because we can always smooth it out when it gets towards the end with another pencil or with a little bit of solvent. You don't want to push too hard on the paper just yet, because it can still look quite grainy if you do that on pastel mat. Like that, and then I'm going to take Earth Green 172, and this is just a bit of a lighter colour, so I'm just going to come into any of the areas that are a little bit lighter, so a little bit more towards the edges. So these are all going to be really subtle sort of colours, but it will help in the end result to transition these darker areas into the lighter areas a little better. And then these blue areas up the top here, I'm coming in with Sky Blue 146 in the Polychromos. And I'm just going to do small circular motions one way, again pressing very, very lightly. And I'm sort of going on a bit of an angle here because I'm going to come back over the top and go the other direction as well. And I'm overlapping the edge of the brown part just slightly so that it's just a little bit of a smoother result. A little bit smoother between the dark spot and the light spot. So I'm just going to come back over the top and go the opposite direction, just so that it doesn't look like the pencil strokes are all going in one direction like that. And then I'm taking the Caran d'Ache Luminance White and I'm just coming over the top of that as well. Just because the colour that I had was a little bit too dark, so I'm just taking this to go over the top just to lighten it up just a tad. And just come over one more time with the blue. Okay, so, oops, I'm actually going to do this other little bit of blue in between here as well. So same thing, going one direction, overlapping slightly onto the edges of the brown area, and then I'm just coming back over the other direction. And just adding a touch of that white just to make it a little bit lighter. I'm actually going to come over the brown areas with the raw umber 180 just to add another layer of pencil there and just help smooth it out a little bit. So the way that you get a smoother result on pastel mat is not by pressing harder like you would on a really smooth paper where you can just sort of burnish. So by burnishing I just mean by pushing hard to blend the colours together. The way that you get a smoother result on pastel mat is by layering more colours basically. So I'm just sort of working on each section at a time until I'm happy with how smooth it's looking. Then I'm just going to move on to the next section, so I'm just starting with the blue because that's the next part. So again, just adding my pencil strokes in one direction first, and then I'll come back and go the opposite way. In some parts of the water here, there's also a little bit of sort of a grey kind of colour as well. So once I've got the blue established here, I'm going to come back through and add a little bit of that grey as well. And it may look like I'm doing those zigzags that I was telling you not to do, but I'm actually doing really long sort of ovals. Okay, and then just come back over the opposite direction. And just coming over with a luminance white. Alright, I'm going to take the warm grey 5 in the polychromos. I'm just going to add a little bit of this grey where I can see it in the reference photo. So it's only really slight, so I'm just adding a little bit. Just coming over the top with that blue one more time. Okay, and I'm grabbing the Caran d'Ache Luminance White again, and I can see in the reference photo that there is a little bit more of a brighter spots on some of these areas. So on the blue area you can kind of see a bit of a whiter glow in some spots, so I'm just coming through there. And all of these colours are very, very subtle anyway, so they don't have to be perfect or anything either. Yeah, so as you go along you can touch up any areas that you think need to be touched up. So I'm actually going to take the Cold Grey 2 in the Polychromos, and this pencil is basically with colour pencils, some of them lay down quite smoothly and then others have a bit more of a grainy kind of texture to them, just because of the nature of the pigment that's in there and depending on the brand as well. So some pencils, like some of the darker pencils, lay down quite grainy, and then some of the lighter kind of pencils, and it's not always the case, but in the Polychromos, the Cold Grey 2 and the Warm Grey 2 are actually really quite smooth when you lay them down. They're not as grainy as other pencils, and you can actually use this pencil to blend other colours to make them a bit more smooth as well. So if you use small circular motions over the top of some of the areas that look a little bit grainy, or any areas that you want a bit of a nicer blend, you can use this colour to almost blend those other colours that you've already got laid down. So you only need to do it very, very lightly over the top, and you'll be able to see what I mean about how it sort of smooths out those other colours. So I'm just going to use this to smooth out any areas that look a little bit grainy, and I'm also sort of using it to blend from the darker colour into the blue as well. And because this colour is not too dark or too light, it's kind of a mid-tone colour. It doesn't add too much actual pigment or colour to the drawing itself. It does lighten some of the darker colours a little bit, but you can always come back through and darken the colours on top if you want to, but I'm quite happy with the value of the colours once I've used this over the top, so I probably won't come back through. And I've got all of those colours that I just used in those two sections there to the side here, so that way I can come back and grab all of the same colours again. So I'm going to start with the olive green yellowish 173, and I'm going to work on this bit over to the side here. And some of these little bits through here are a little bit darker than others, so like this top line there is actually quite light, and then the next two are quite dark. And I'm adding in some of those little details as I go as well. Like there are some more lumpy textures here and there, and some bits get thinner than others as well, so just looking at some of those kinds of things as well. So this sort of area here, there's actually a lot more blue than what I've got here. So I'm just going to come over the top of that with the blue. It's sort of like this yellowy colour, and it's supposed to be more blue. So I'm just going to fix that a little bit. So I'm sort of just coming across and doing this line of green, or just like a rough, I'm just using a section and starting on that basically. I'm actually going to come in with the blue next because I want to sort of fix the areas that are a bit more blue. I'm actually going to rest my hand on some glassine just so that I don't keep resting my hand on the actual artwork. So with the small areas like this, it doesn't matter too much if like how your pencil strokes are, because you can't really see them that much, but in the big open areas like that, you want to try and cover up the pencil strokes. That's why I went one way and then back the other way, whereas this way I'm just adding the pencil there, and then I'm just coming back over the top to make sure I've got enough pencil down, but I'm not too worried about the direction just because you can't really see it that well. Anyway. And this is one of the reasons why I like working on pastel mat, is because you can actually come back over the top and change colours. It's obviously not going to go back to the white of the paper, but it does really change, like you can fix mistakes a little bit easier on this paper, because it allows you to come over the top of darker colours with lighter colours. Okay, I'm just going to take the burnt umber, and again I'm just coming into the darkest areas that I can see with this. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I am trying to get some of those values right. So by values I mean like the highlights and the shadows. So just looking at each area as almost like an abstract shape and just coming through and darkening up the shadows where they need to be a bit darker. And I'm taking Earth Green 172, just lightening up some of the areas. I can actually see a little bit of sort of a light kind of pinky brown colour, so I'm going to use this Burnt Sienna 50% 866 in the luminance. So you can kind of see this throughout some of the lighter colours here. And I'm just going to come through with a luminance white and lighten up any of the areas that look like they're a bit lighter. So this is just going to be a layering process. I'm just going to come back and forth between my colours until I'm happy with how it looks. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect. You just want to make sure that your shadows and your highlights are in roughly the right spot and that the main shapes are going in the right direction and that kind of thing to represent that water. I'm taking raw umber 180. I'm just coming over the top of some of these brown areas. And I'm going to take that cold grey 2 again and just blend out any area that looks a little bit too grainy for me, or that I just want to be a little bit softer. Okay, then just continuing down, just starting with that blue again. This side, there's too much of this brown sort of colour throughout this, so I'm just trying to fix that a little bit. Some of the little strands of the feathers overlap onto here, so I will be adding that a bit further on when we do the duck. Okay, and then I'm taking the olive green yellowish. Some of these are a little bit different to what I've got here, so just going to adjust some areas as I go along. Like I was saying earlier, it doesn't have to be perfect, you just want to get the general gist of the direction of these kind of things. I'm taking the burnt umber to 80, just adding that in the darker spots. And this area has quite a bit of that sort of light pinky brown, so that's the burnt sienna 50% in the luminance. It doesn't matter what order you're doing these colours in, I'm just looking at the reference and then seeing, just choosing a colour that I can see that my artwork doesn't look like it has enough of, if that makes sense. So sometimes I'll pick a light colour because it's not light enough in that area, or I'll pick this colour for example because I can see a lot of this sort of pink in pinky brown kind of colour in this area. So I'm just going to come back and forth between those same colours, so that's pretty much the process that I'm following here. So I'm grabbing that luminance white, I'm just coming over the top of some of these lines that are a little bit too dark, as well as the blue. So basically anywhere that needs to be lightened up a little bit. And if there's any areas that you think were way too dark or you really need to alter them quite a bit, you can press a little bit harder with the white. Just keep in mind that if you press hard, you won't be able to add too many layers on top, so only do it there, like only press hard if you really think that you need to, like if you're trying to fix up a line that's way too dark in an area that's not that dark, and then you can do that. And you can still go over the top of it a little bit as well, depending on how hard you press with it. Yeah, so I guess the main thing when you're drawing water is to just draw what you see, and I know that sounds really obvious, but try not to think about it as water, just look at it as sort of abstract shapes and colours and literally draw those abstract shapes and colours. That's why sometimes working in sections, like little bits at a time, can sometimes help you try not to think about it so much as water. And then it will come together in the end. And if you're, like I was saying before, if you're struggling to see it come together, you can just step back from your artwork and look at it like that, and it should look a little bit like water. From a distance there. So I'm just going to smooth out those areas with the cold grey too. And this is up to you how much you actually want to do this. If you want it to be even smoother than what you've got right now, you can come through with another layer of coloured pencil and then come back over the top of that again with this colour. But for me, I'm not too fussed if it looks a little bit grainy when I'm looking this closely at it, because when I'm looking at it from a normal viewing distance, like when I step back and look at it, if it looks realistic, and then that's all that I'm worried about. And I know that it's tempting with social media and having galleries online and that kind of thing to have every single detail perfect, and so that when you're zoomed in on the computer or when you have your nose pressed against the artwork, you can see all of those little details as well. But in reality, most people don't view artwork that close. So in my opinion, I think it shows a little bit more of just your style, and I don't know, it just looks, I think it looks nice that way. So when you look a bit closer, you can sort of see pencil strokes or brush strokes depending on the medium that you're working on. I don't find that it looks bad like that. I try and think about it like when you go to a museum or an art gallery and you see those really beautiful paintings that look realistic from a distance, and then when you get closer, all you can see is like brush strokes and pencil strokes, or not so much pencil strokes in a museum, but brush strokes, and just a mismatch of colours, and then when you step back it looks realistic, and that's the kind of look that I myself like. I think it just looks a little bit more interesting, and it makes you want to look at the artwork a bit more, and it just shows the style of that artist a bit as well. Okay, so I'm taking that olive green yellowish, I'm just going to come across to this side. And again, there's quite a lot of green in the water here. That's supposed to be more of a blue colour, so I'll come back and fix that as well with the blues. Sometimes that happens if you're blending with the solvent. It doesn't always stay in the one spot and you just end up with a bit more pigment around the area that you were trying to blend. That's fine, we can fix that. Okay, I'm taking that blue, I'm just coming back into the water here. I'm just going to go back over the top the other direction in some of these areas. And I am pressing a little bit harder in some spots with the blue where I need to cover up that greeny yellowy colour that's there. But again, it's more like medium pressure, like I'm not pressing super hard with it still. And I'm just going to come over the top of all of that with the white, and I'm just pressing lightly with this. I'm just going to take Earth Green 172, so lighten up some of the Then I'm taking the Burnt Umber 280 and just adding that into the darkest spot in here. Okay, on this side there's actually quite a lot of white, like a lighter colour throughout this area. So I've just sharpened my pencil so I can get into some of the smaller areas a bit better. And some of my little ripples are not in the right spot, but that's fine. As long as it's generally going in the right direction and that kind of thing, it will look fine. Might just add a little bit more of the blue. And there's not much of this burnt sienna 50% colour on this side, but there's still a little bit here and there, so I'm just adding that where I can see it. I'm also going to lighten up any of the areas with that white as well that need to be a bit lighter. So I talk about this a lot, but my colours are not exact to the reference photo, and it really doesn't matter that much. What matters is making sure that your values are right. So making sure that your darks are dark enough and your lights are light enough. So like most of these colours are not the exact same as the reference photo. And yeah, it doesn't really matter because it will look realistic from a distance if you've got your, like, the depth and the proportions right. Again, just coming over the top of those areas with the cold grade 2 to blend it out. Okay, same again, just coming through with that blue. So a lot of this area here is actually more of that pinky brown kind of grey colour, so I'll come back over the top with that. I think I'm just going to get in a lot of the blue colour first, and then I might actually add some of those details on top. Just going to get a little bit messy if I try and go around everything for this area. It's quite intricate. But again, I'm just trying to get the general gist of it. I'm not really fussed if it's not the exact same as the reference photo. So I'm actually going to take that burnt sienna 50% and I'm going to just add in some of these lines that are here. With this. Again, just looking at each little section, and again you can, if you printed your reference photo, stick your finger on that area of the reference photo so you don't lose your place when you look back and forth. But it doesn't have to be perfect. And some of the colours that I'm adding here are actually darker than what I've got here, but we can adjust that. I'm just trying to get in a little bit of that general texture first. Okay, and then I'm just going to come through with the white and just redefine some of the edges. Like the really light areas, you can kind of see white throughout the blue as well. So I'm looking at any areas that need to be a lot more white and pressing a little bit harder in those areas, and then I'm just going to use the same pencil to come over the top of any of the darkest areas that aren't supposed to be that dark and lighten those as well. So amongst the blue colour you can see that there are ripples that are much lighter, so just adding those in as well. I'm just going to sharpen the pencil a little bit. Some of these areas are a bit small. I apologise if I'm not talking that much, it's just that this is I'm concentrating on concentrating on what I'm doing, obviously, and I'm not really doing anything different, so there's not a lot to say, but yeah, I'm just getting a general gist of where those lights and darks are. At the moment I'm just focusing on those light areas. Okay, I'm going to take the olive green yellowish and then I'm just going to start defining some of the darker areas. The area like towards the duckling here is not as dark as some of the other areas, so I'm keeping that in mind. I'm not going to use this colour there. There's only just sort of touches of it. It's coming back to that burnt sienna 50%. And the white, I'm just lightening up any area that got a bit too dark then. Then coming back to that cool grey, cold grey 2. Just to smooth out some of this. And with subjects like this, you do want to make sure that you're taking your time to actually get each area, like spend enough time on the background, because a lot of people tend to rush through the background because they want to get to the main subject, which is, you know, the fun part. But when you're doing something like this, if you rush through the background, it will be really noticeable. Even if your duckling looks perfect and realistic, if you've rushed through the background, it really does show in the end result. So it just sort of distracts from the main subject. So even if it's not the main focal point of the piece, you still want to just take your time and make sure that it looks good from a normal viewing distance. Alright, I'm just taking the luminance white. I'm just coming through to the section that's underneath the duck here, and I'm just lightening up any of the areas that a little bit of a different color than what I've got here as well, because when you put the white down you can add other colors on the top of that and it will sort of just help make that color that you add on top be a bit more opaque. As in if you just added like a lighter color on top of this, for example, you would just end up with a lighter version of, like, it can kind of mix in with the colors underneath, whereas if you just add that bit of white in there, it can help make that color stand out a bit more. Okay, and I'm taking the raw umber 180. I'm just going to come through there's a bit more of this color throughout the duckling. It's not as dark in a lot of the areas, but there's a bit more of this color through there. Okay, and I'm going to take earth green. Okay, I'm going to use a little bit of the olive green yellowish. Just in some of the darkest areas. Just a touch of the burnt umber just to darken up any of the darkest parts. Just taking that olive green yellowish again. Okay, I'm actually going to grab a new colour. This is terracotta. So this is an orangey kind of brown colour. There's just a little bit of this throughout the water here. Just because of that reflection from the actual duckling itself. I'm just going to add a touch of this in some of the other areas as well, just to make it look a little more cohesive. Because I don't just want to use this colour in one spot if I'm going to use it, so it just makes the piece look a little bit nicer if you've included colours elsewhere as well. A bit more cohesive and less like it draws your eye to that one area that you used that colour in. So, and I'll use a bit more of this colour on the right hand side as well. I'm just darkening this slightly. And I'm taking light yellow ochre. And I'm also doing the same thing, just adding a little bit of this some other areas as well. Okay, and then just blending this section with the cold grey too. Once I've done the actual duckling itself, I probably will come back into the background and just adjust anything that I want to adjust. So I might darken any colours or lighten or add some yellows and oranges and that kind of thing, depending on what it all looks like towards the end as well. So just grabbing that terracotta colour. Just coming over some of this because it went a little bit too just blended bit too much. And that light yellow ochre 183. I'm just touching up the darker areas with the raw umber 180. I'm just grabbing that burnt umber, just getting into the darkest areas with that. Okay, so I'm just going to continue over, just keep following the same sort of process, just lightening up any areas that need to be lighter and adding another layer of pencil into these areas as well. So I'm just looking at the colours that I can see in the reference photo and just adding in those colours there. So I'm just using the luminance white, I forgot to say that. And I'm going to take the sky blue 146 in the polychromos. Again, going back over the other direction on these larger areas just so that the pencil strokes aren't so obvious. This area behind the duck here is a little odd looking, so I'm just going to do up to about here for now, and then I'll come back to that area and do that. I'm just coming over the top of this blue with the white. And I'm taking yellow, light yellow ochre 183, just adding this in some of those yellower areas in the reflection here. There's a little bit towards the top while I've got this in my hand. Okay, then I'm going to take that olive green yellowish, just adding this wherever I can see some of this colour, and again it doesn't have to be perfect. And I'm just going to come over with the white over any of those areas that are probably a little bit too dark. While I've got this, a lot of this area that's behind the duck here is lighter than what I've got there, so I'm just going to add a little bit of this there for now, and then we can come over the top with other colours as well. Okay, and then I'm going to take the burnt sienna 50%, which is 866 in the luminance. And there is quite a little bit of this colour on this side here, so I'm adding this into some of those blue areas, and also some of the darker areas have a little bit of this colour as well. I'm taking 280 in the polychromos. I am actually just going to come through to all of the darker areas that are left here, so there's a little bit of an odd shape at the top here. And this shape that's underneath is also a little bit odd. So just coming through and just fixing that slightly. Okay, and then here I'm just going to pay attention a little bit closer to the shapes here, because it kind of, the tail is sort of sinking into the water along with the feet. So to make it look realistic, you want to make sure that you're really closely looking at those patterns. So there's a darker spot just here. It kind of goes up and down a little bit, like that. And on this side there's a little bit of a darker colour here. And just coming into any of the bottom areas that are a little bit darker as well. Okay, so I'm just taking that sky blue 146. I'm just coming into the blue areas up the top here. Okay, and then this bit there's a little bit of blue. Just like that. There's a blue across the top. So I'm just copying the shapes that I see. I'm really trying to focus on what's actually there and not trying to guess what it looks like. It comes down like that. And again, mine aren't exactly perfect, but I am trying to get the general gist of where the light parts and the dark parts are, just because that's going to make it look more realistic. So I'm taking the burnt sienna 50%, 866 in the luminance. And this area through here is quite grey, so I'll come back over the top of this with a little bit of grey as well. So I'm taking the warm grey 4 in the polychromos, coming over the top of this area. Okay, and there's a little bit of a dark blue in there, so this is Prussian blue 159 from the luminance. And then I'm just going to take that white luminance and really brighten up any areas that are a little bit too dark. And then once we get the actual duck in itself, it will make a little bit more sense with the water here. Okay, so I'm just coming through with the cold grey too, and I'm just going to smooth out these areas. I'm just coming back through with the luminance white over the top to lighten up some of the brightest parts. Okay, so I'm gonna start working on the duck and then I'll come back to the water if I think that it needs it afterwards. So I'm actually going to use the ivory, which is 103 in the polychromos, and I'm just going to add in some of this really fluffy kind of fur that goes over the edge of the background here. And there will be some darker colors throughout here as well, but just adding in, I can see quite a lot of this light kind of color. And I'm really varying the strokes that I do, kind of like when I'm doing fur. So you don't want to have all of the strokes exactly the same. You want them to start and stop at different points. And he's really quite fluffy, so there's lots and lots of these little bits of, it looks like fur, but obviously it's feathers, but just adding in a few of those. And obviously these aren't going to be super opaque because we are adding light colors on top of dark colors now, but again I'll be layering other colors over the top as well, so it's not going to be as obvious. Like this is just the first color that I'm starting out with. Okay, and I'm going to come through with Caput Mortem 169 in the polychromos, and I'm just doing the exact same thing. I'm looking at my reference photo to see where the sort of darker bits of feathers are that overlap onto the background. And I will come back through obviously and do the feathers throughout as well, so I'm doing a little bit of that now, but just trying to get in those ones that overlap onto the background first. So I'm almost working from back to front like you would with oil painting or pastels or anything like that. So I'm starting with what's furthest away, so all of these little fluffy bits of feathers are the furthest part of the duck that you can see. That way when we layer the other colours on top, it will look like it's layered on top like that. Okay, so I'm just going to come through with Light Flesh 132. And I'm going to add some of this colour throughout the lighter parts of the feathers in the duck. So like towards the top of his head here, there's quite a lot of this light colour. And then on his back, he's got a lot more lighter colours. So I'm not really picking any colour in particular, and I say this quite often as well, but I'm just looking at my reference photo and choosing a colour that I see in a certain area. And then once I've applied that colour in that area, I'll also grab my pencil and come through to any other areas of the animal that I can see that colour in as well. So at the moment I'm just coming through with the lighter pencil strokes in any areas that I can see a bit of a lighter colour in. And I'm almost treating this a bit like fur, so because we know that it's feathers, but it doesn't really look like feathers, it looks more like wiry kind of fur. So I'm using the pencil to go in different directions and really just start to define that sort of messy wiriness of this duck. Down the bottom here where the fur's wet, it kind of like clumps together, like it goes like this. So I'm following those sort of clumps as well. We can always come back over the top of this with other colours as well. So at the moment I'm sort of just looking for where the lightest feathers are, and I'm just using this colour there while I've got it in my hand. So I'm taking Terracotta 186 because I can see a little bit of this sort of orangey kind of colour throughout some of the feathers. And again, while I've got this colour, taking that anywhere else that I see a bit more of a rusty kind of orange color, terracotta basically. This area under here is quite orange, and again I'm just looking at it like just shapes and shadows and highlights and that kind of thing. I'm trying not to look at it as a duck, I'm just looking at the different shapes that I can see throughout the piece. And there's a lot of this sort of terracotta colour where the dark feather meets where the yellowy kind of feather is. You can sort of see a lot of this on those edges, so just coming through that. So this is just going to be a layering process. I'm just going to keep going, choosing different colours and applying them until I'm happy with the way that it looks basically. So I'm taking a Derwent drawing, this is Mars Violet. So I can see a little bit of this sort of greyed out purple colour throughout some of the lighter areas as well. I'm taking the Burnt Umber 280, and this is a bit of a darker colour, so I'm just coming through to some of these areas, especially towards the edge here. then in some areas I'm actually just coming back through from the darker spot into the lighter area to sort of cut through that light colour to give it a bit more shape in the areas that it needs a little bit more. So there are quite a few water droplets throughout this piece. I'm not sure if I'm going to include them or not. I probably won't because it might be a little bit distracting. I kind of like it without them, so. So towards the top here, there's much more sort of fluffy kind of looking feathers, whereas down here they're a lot more clumped together just because the ones that are down here are more wet. So you want to keep that in mind when you're doing your strokes and things. So a lot of the feathers down here are going to be in bigger clumps and they sort of come together a little bit more. That's what's going to help create that sort of wet effect. And I'm rotating my pencil in my hand quite a bit because that way I can keep the point a little bit sharper for longer without having to sharpen my pencil too often. I'm going to take the Derwent Drawing Ivory Black, just because this is a little more opaque than the Polychromos Black. And I'm just coming into the darkest areas with this. So underneath his neck here is quite dark. And then some areas towards the bottom are quite dark as well. And again, we can come over the top of this with a few other colours to help make this colour not look so dull. And I'm taking the yellow ochre in the Derwent Drawing. And I like the Derwent drawing pencils just because they're a little bit more opaque than the polychromos, but the problem with them is that there's not that many colours to choose from. There's only 24 in the whole set, but also they tend to be a little more grainy, so I tend to use them not for the final details unless I really need an opaque covering, but I tend to use them a little bit sooner throughout the process just so that I can get those opaque lines happening or colours that I need there. Then we can just add other colours on top of it to help to soften that graininess of this brand of pencil. So I'm also going to take wheat in the Derwent drawing. Whoops. And this is sort of really light beige kind of colour, so it's not quite white, it's a little bit darker than that. Coming into a lot of these lighter areas. This will just help create some of those clumps a little bit better. Then while I've got this, I'm just going to come into the beak area. And just start to define that a little bit as well. So I'm just using this as the lightest colour. Then we can come through and add in other colours as well. So again, I'm just copying the shapes that I see, because if you try and think about it as a beak, you tend to not end up drawing it looking like a beak. So make sure that you're just looking at the colours and the shapes and the values in that area. I'm going to take Sanguine in the Derwent drawing. This is a bit more of a red colour because I can see a lot of this throughout some of the darker bits of the feathers. Okay, I'm taking the chocolate in the Derwent drawing. I'm just coming through to some of these darker areas. Adding in some of that feather detail there. Just darkening it up a little bit better. And I'm just going to grab the Luminance Burnt Sienna. This is 069. Just going to lightly come over some of those darker areas just to sort of even them out a little bit. So I'm sort of glazing this colour over the top. But I will come through with a little bit of solvent just to help soften out these colours together, and then we can just come through over the top with a little bit more of that detail or texture there. So the beak, I'm just taking Cold Grey 5 and I'm coming into the darker areas with this. And I'm taking the violet in the polychromos, just coming over the top of a lot of this purple. Okay, and then I'm taking the Light Flesh 132. Just coming over the top to lighten up any of these areas. I'm just taking the Luminance Orange, just because I can see a bit of a brighter sort of colour throughout here. And this is the Derwent Drawing Chinese White. And I'm just coming into the brightest areas of this. I'm just going to take the luminance yellow, which is bismuth yellow 810. I'm just adding that where I can see there's a bit more yellow. So not all of the areas have much yellow in them. Some of them are quite white. So I'm also just taking that luminance white and lightening up some of those lighter areas. So I'm actually using the solvent to blend, and I'm really dabbing off most of the excess. I might actually just take the bigger brush to make it a bit quicker. Because when you get to the layers that are a bit further on, you don't want to blend away all of the detail that you're adding. You do want some of that texture to stay there. But it does help soften some of the colours out a little bit. Gives it that more painterly sort of look. And I'm just going to come into the lighter areas first. And then just come back through to some of the darker spots. And I'm also making sure that I'm going in the right direction as well with the strokes, especially on the areas that you can really see that feather direction. And you may have to go over it a couple of times for it to blend a little bit, especially if you're using less solvent. And the reason that you don't want to use too much solvent when you get towards the end is just because it can tend to lift up some of the colour underneath. And also you want some of that texture to actually show through. But you do want to blend it out a little bit so it just gets rid of a little bit of that graininess, that's all. And I'm actually just going to come through to some of the background and just soften out some of this as well. Again, I've got barely anything on my brush. And you don't have to do this with the entire background if you don't want to. If there's any areas that you just want to soften a little bit, and then you can do that. And if there's any areas you just like the look of and you want to leave, and then that's totally fine. I'm not going to go over the entire background with this. I'm just going to use it in any areas that I would just like to be a little bit softer, a little bit more blended together. Okay, so I'm just going to let that dry for about half an hour or so, and then I'll just come back through and add in any highlights or really dark shadows or anything that I want to add, and yeah, fix up any little areas that I'm not quite happy with. So just noticed another bit that I wanted to smooth out. Yep, so we'll just let that dry and come back and just do those final touches. Okay, so now that everything's dry, I'm just going to come back through with the white luminance and just fix up any areas that I need to be a little bit brighter. So I'm just looking at this area around the nostril. And I'm just going to come into pretty much all of the areas that need to be a little bit lighter. And then I'm just going to come back and add in any other colours that I need to add in as well. So at this point we're just doing all those little finishing touches. So if you like the way that yours looks currently, and then obviously don't do all the things that I'm doing now, but if you want to come through and just check your values, so check that your highlights are light enough and your shadows are dark enough, this is the time to do that. So if you don't know whether your values are right, like I say in every piece, but you can take a photo of your artwork and turn it into black and white, and then do the same for your reference photo. Turn that into black and white as well and compare them side by side. So that should help you be able to see the shadows and the highlights a lot easier, because you've taken out the aspect of the colour. So it just makes it a bit easier to see whether your darks are dark enough and your lights are light enough. Then you can just adjust it on your artwork from there. And if you want to go one step further to really make sure that you've got the values right, you can crop certain sections. So if you just want to check to see if the head is right, and then just crop that same photo just to the head section, and that will make it even easier to see the differences, because you've taken out most of the drawing as well, so you're really just focusing on that one area. And just remember that the areas underneath here are a bit more wet, so they are stuck together a little bit more, so they sort of come into this V shape towards the bottom. And you don't have to have every strand of the feather detail in there. Like I say quite a lot as well, but if you look at old masters' work, or you go to a museum and you see those really realistic looking pieces from a distance, and then when you get closer, all you can see is like brush strokes and colours and that kind of thing. It's not actually as detailed as it looks from a distance, and that's because if you give the general gist of that fur detail or that feather detail or whatever you're drawing in portraits or whatever, if you give that general gist of the texture that's there, and you make sure that your values and your proportions are right, that's what's going to make it look realistic from a distance. It's not actually the amount of detail that you have in your piece, it's getting your values right and your proportions. That's what's going to make it look realistic. You don't have to have every strand of feather or fur or hair detail if you're doing portraits and that kind of thing. You don't have to have all of that in there. For it to look realistic. Then I'm also just going to come back through to the water in some areas and just brighten up any areas that I think need to be a little bit brighter. And in this layer you can push a little bit harder if you need the colour to be a little bit lighter or darker or more vibrant, just because we're not going to add any other layers on top of this. This is the final details, so just take a look at your artwork and your reference photo and change anything that you think needs to be changed. I'm just going to add a touch of violet from the polychromos to some of the areas in the water over here, just because I can see a bit more of a blue sort of purpley colour there. And then while I've got this colour in my hand, I'm just coming to any other areas that I want to make a little bit more on the purple side. And I'm also just going to come back through with that burnt umber and just darken up some of the areas in the water as well. And it's not all the same color in the water, so just keep that in mind when you're darkening any areas, that you don't want to darken all of the mid-tone colors, just any areas that you want to be a little bit darker than what's there. And I'm just going to come over some of the areas with the sky blue a little bit, just to brighten up some of those blue areas a little bit. I'm just going to use a little bit of sanguine, and I'm just coming into some of the reflection in the water just because we used a bit more of this colour throughout the duck itself. I just want a little bit of it reflected in the water as well, just so that it matches a little bit. So I'm just coming in underneath the duck, maybe a little bit on this side. And I'm just coming through with the burnt umber on the duck itself, just defining some of the darker areas a little bit as well. And again, we don't have to have every little bit of detail there, like I was saying earlier. You just want to have the general gist of that texture there. Just taking the cinnamon and just coming over the top of some of the white that I added towards the bottom here, so it doesn't look as harsh. And then over the beak as well, or the bill. I'm just going to grab Pink Matter Lake, because there is a little bit more of a brighter pink kind of colour here, but it's a bit more of a pinky orange. So I'll just come through with a little bit of an orange after this as well. I'm just going to take the terracotta and the luminance orange as well. Just taking a bit of the bismuth yellow. So I'm just coming back and forth between any of the colours that I need to fix any certain areas with. And again, yours might not be the same as mine. I'm just going to take that luminance black just to add in those last sort of darkest spots. So if you step back and look at your artwork from a normal viewing distance and you like how it looks, and then you don't obviously need to add any more. So I'm quite happy with how this is looking from a few steps back, so I'm going to leave it there. If you had a go at this piece, I'd really love to see your artwork. You can post it in the Discord chat or you can tag me on Instagram. Thanks for watching and I'll see you in the next tutorial.